Yo. Oh, yo, yo. Yo. Hello, hello. Sorry, let me just get my playlist up. What are you doing, lady cat? Silly, silly cat. I'm blurry. All right, I'm alive. Is Twitch running? Where's the ad manager's got nothing. Okay, no, Twitch is there. Why does it say no, like, run ad, blah, blah, blah? Let me double check. Create a dashboard. Okay, ad starting soon. There it goes, there it goes. Nice. My programming gloves? Yeah, true. No, they're literally just because it's fucking freezing. It's freezing, and I'm trying to save electricity. You know? Because, like, money and stuff. I'm struggling. I'm in Struggle Town. Can't afford to run the heater. Dawn, hello, hello. That's better. All right, let's get start. Do I have a? No, I just got a short sleeve. I'm watching from YouTube, and I am a real virgin. Hell yeah. Look, lady cat. What you doing, Susan? She's having a good time. Ugh, how's it going? Have you ever tried becoming a drug kingpin? Heard it was lucrative. I haven't, but I have heard good things about it. As long as you don't, like, get caught, you know? You know what I mean? let's get like a playlist going. What do we have a... Ooh. Can I see the whole playlist, actually? How do I go to the playlist? View full playlist. There it is. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll play this. Making a game about drugs is way more lucrative. That's very true. That is very true. I've seen the numbers, you know, the numbers don't lie. All right. We're listening to Gnavana to start off the stream. And we need to open the project. I thought I'd mix up the music a bit. Usually we play RuneScape music, but now we're playing RuneScape covers of 90s music. PP feet time. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, it's more like PP feetless now. But let me once we're in the engine, I'll explain to you guys what the problem is that we're facing. I mean, it's not like a problem, but it's like kind of yeah. Basically, our character at the moment is like infinitely strong. So whatever angle they need to be at, no matter how much they weigh, and no matter how steep the hill or whatever, they will make it up the slope, or will, you know, do the thing. So if we just open this up, and we do this, and I say, so currently this is how it is, right? We do the thing, we can run around, you know, and it's all good. Yep. We're walking here. If we're on a slope, we are, well, yeah, there is this like constant back talk. Although I don't know why it's target acceleration. Is that just because I did a thing? Anyway, basically, if we look at our, ignore that. If we look at our velocity, stride velocity, it will go to about 400 when we're running. Right? But like, you wouldn't expect the same if you were going up slope. In fact, we even go faster when we're going up a slope. So, what I didn't want to do is to like hard code a sort of like, if you're going up a slope, then go slower, you know? Because like, then if something like pushes us up or down a slope, it won't have the same effect. And we also have to think about like, yeah, currently if we do, you know, let's say we like land on a really steep angle, we can just like yeet, like giga yeet, right? Let me. Like that. See what I mean? So we essentially need two, and here's the naive approach. Wait, where is the gravity up? All right, I'm not doing gravity up. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much now. But if we said, hey, let's clamp the size, so like we literally can't output more strength than 30,000. Let me put that into our dude. Then, like, when we're walking around, you can see this acceleration value. That's like our like the... It's like leg strength, I guess, kind of. But you can see as soon as this hits something over 30,000, we slip over. Because it's like, it's saying, hey man, like you need to use 30,000 strength to get this way, but you just can't. So we just slip over, right? And this is with infinite friction as well. No, there's no like friction sliding and whatever. So what I was thinking, and I think this is common in robotics and shit, is to basically use the length and some like minimum value. I'm not really sure where to like start it or whatever. But let's say like, so 30,000 is pretty, it's pretty limited. But we want to dynamically limit the total output strength of our character's feet. You know, based on like, are they damaged? Are they, you know, tired? Are they exhausted? And also for things like if you're moving through water, or moving through mud, or moving through long grass, we can just say to the character, hey, like, there's like a viscous drag on your feet, which kind of takes up some of that, you know, that force headroom. So, yeah, my first idea is to measure, and like, I don't want to do like almost like a lookup, not a lookup table, but I don't know. I want it to all be feedback based, like feedback loop. So if we said foot force limiter, and so between 5,000 and whatever the cap is, probably do that actually. Then put it into... I'm not sure where we want to add it. I've tried adding it to the target velocity. But basically, like, now you can see, yeah, if we try and do that, it does do it. It does snap back a bit, though. But... So when we do... If I do this, then it says... Yeah, target drive angle up. Is Venga Boys meaty? Hell yeah, it is. It's actually the Vengeance Boys. Yeah, it's a good YouTube channel. Unpragmatic Covers. It's literally the entire channel is just the RuneScape sound font and like songs. Every time we type, I think it might be in this playlist actually. So yeah, I'm not sure how to go about the braking. Yeah, do we do it at the target velocity? Or should it be in here? In the acceleration? Like, do we want to accelerate? Well, no, because I guess then accelerating less, or wanting to accelerate less, that would also count for the other way. And then if we were doing it here... Because if we're like this and we're saying, yeah, like, oh, we want to accelerate back that way, then... Well, the drive angle is just based on... No, it is based on acceleration. Banger time. So I think if we did this, it wouldn't work either. I mean, it would... I mean, one suggestion I did see was do the foot force limiter. We can figure out like the kind of the maximum allowed angle for our limiter. I'd probably want to, well, based on like the maximum cap, right? But I still don't really want to do that because sometimes people don't know their maximum lean. I mean, like, we kind of do, but I don't know. I'd rather it just be completely... Because, like, that's the thing, right? If we run and, like, you know, fall in a muddy puddle or, like, you know, sand or something, we don't really know until we're on the, you know, like sand is a good example because sand's very like uneven and like some steps are totally fine and others, you know, you kind of squish through it and whatnot. So I definitely want it to be feedback based. I want it to be based. I think this much detail is necessary. Valheim's kind of sluggish, but it works. Well, this isn't Valheim, you know. This is a bit the physics are a bit more sophisticated, I guess. Valheim, you can kind of like, you know, if you're on top of a log that's like falling and it like does a thing. I just want to do some full, like, instead of needing to program a bunch of different states. Like, we are dragging a crate along the ground, or pushing a crate, or, you know, pushing a wheelbarrow, or, you know, pulling a rope, which is lifting something up, like a crane or some kind of pulley system or whatever. We kind of need our feet, which is down here, to act. Rather than needing to, like, do a bunch of edge cases and stuff, I just want, like, you know, like, what is the reason that humans don't run uphill as fast as when they're on the ground? And it's basically like, yeah, okay, our legs have some kind of maximum force that they can output. But then, to compensate, you know, like, we move slower. So, yeah, we essentially need to limit our velocity, our target velocity, which is... Oh, where the fuck am I? Here we go. Target velocity, XY. And then, yeah, foot force limiter. Maybe I'll try putting this in front of the target. There we go. So this was, what, a limit of 30? Oh, gosh. I mean, that is working, technically. Like, speed limit on the flat to gravity on the slope. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because, like, if let's say we're on a flat surface, and we get knocked by, like, I don't know, a wrecking ball, or, like, a giant ogre or something, and it knocks us, you know, sideways or whatever, our feet might physically not be able to keep up with how fast we're moving, and, you know, we'd fall over and die. So there is there's like, shite, where is it? Well, yeah, there's the contact speed should have a limit. So we can just check, like, yeah, what is the... What would it be? It'd basically be if, like, we have contact, or relative contact speed, relative contact velocity, which is our feet. And so we'd essentially want to stop at, like, a certain point, stop applying acceleration if we're at a maximum speed. But then there's the matter of the actual rate of acceleration as well, which is, yeah, like, kind of our strength value. So currently, yeah, it's, like, feeding back because it gets to... Is it as soon as it reaches 1,000? So what's this weird feeding back that's happening? We're moving... Then it says target velocity down. I might want to use the acceleration smoothed. To, like, yeah, get rid of some of the noise. Okay, this seems to work. So all I'm doing here is, yeah, limiting the... Oh, weird feedback. I wonder if I need to, Let's try it up the slope. Wow. You use 2 line traces to find a slope, then use it to make max word speed multiplier or something. I can find the slope easily. Like, I mean, we do that anyway. But it's more about why... Like, what drives... Why is it that we walk slower up a slope? Is what we're trying to solve. Just so this is like a very robust character, you know? Because that will also dictate if we are dragging something or pushing something, you know, what is the speed of that? If a character has a certain amount of output from their feet and they're carrying like a giant backpack, how does that affect them, you know, on flat ground and also on the slope, you know? Oh, so Adam, how's it going? You asked a question earlier. Do I use clankers in GameDev? I've asked Google. Like when I Google something, there's like, I guess, the AI overview. But that's about it. I haven't really done any like... I've never had an AI write code for me. Because I use Blueprint. And they just can't do Blueprint. But, I mean, it's pretty handy for just like a... What do you call it? An advanced Google search, I guess. But yeah, currently I'm working on... So wait, what's our velocity here? No, we're getting... Okay, we're getting weird feedback. Zhuzhes. Currently we're doing... Well, overall, for anyone that's just joining, we are... making a physical character controller. Like all physics, all good. All physics all the time. So basically the character without any logic running looks like this. So this is the character without logic, right? This is all it does. It's just like, it's a half capsule. You know, I can even just take the mesh off if we want. So this is our character. And then we do a line trace just to see how far it is from the ground. And then based on how far the end point is in the ground, we push it back up off the ground. And then, I mean, without balancing and stuff, it would just do this. Okay, if it was slightly tilted, then it would just do this. Fuck me, just fucking tilt. Why am I not... Oh, right, I'm not... Yeah, haha. Right, we actually do the, Add force at location. No, you know what? This should be just falling over. Why are you not falling over? Currently, sterilization torque isn't on. Get physics, contact direction, max length. Alright, if we were just applying the normal force, then this would happen, right? We would just fall over. Like that. But then basically we do some control, you know, like robotics control. Inverted pendulum. So based on this point, we just move this point around to balance the capsule, like you know, when you I've got a hammer actually. If you balance, you know, something on your hand like this. I need space. Like that. So that's how the character... It's like, you know, that's how humans work. If you take away their feet and put wheels on them. So currently, like, that all works fine. We have a target target velocity. This one here. And then, based on that target velocity and our current velocity, we generate an acceleration. So you can see when we're at our velocity, you know, we don't need much more acceleration. Which, now that I think about it, we should probably be adding some extra drag to the point. Like contact drag, because like obviously a lot of our you know, when we're running, we lose a lot of force. You know, because like we're on two legs and shit. So I should probably factor that in because, yeah, like even if we are going full speed, this is like, yeah, an acceleration value. I should call it like work or something. This is like our leg work value. But yeah, essentially at the moment, it like can't fall over. And on slopes... On slopes, it's fine. But... yeah, currently on slopes, it moves... Well, if I hadn't limited it... You know, okay, if our velocity is 150 going this way, then going up a slope, it should probably be slower. But the main kind of... yeah, I don't just want it to be like an arbitrary thing, you know? We kind of need it to make sense. Like, why is it that we go slower up there? So I think limiting the output of force that the feet can output, limiting the force that the feet can output, and telling it to slow down otherwise. Try to make your push a large boulder up the hill. Get some Sisyphus. Sisyphean. Sisyphean. I know I've got a ball somewhere. There it is. How big are we talking here? This is as... Also, ignore the texture. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get it up the hill, you know? It's just physics. Just part of the physics. What if it was like a giant beach ball? Mass. 100 kilos? I always wonder how much the debug arrow stuff is, well, you have to make on your own. The debug arrows you can, yeah, it's built into the engine. Like the print string, which comes up here. If I plugged it in, that'll just say hello a bunch of times, but you can put numbers into it. The arrows are just this function here, draw debug arrow, start position, end position, the size of the head, like the end point of the arrow, size of the line color, yeah. And then the text is draw debug string, so I just draw the text at the line end position with a similar color. But yeah, it just makes it way easier to see what's going on, especially with a system like this where it's all velocities and, you know, forces and all that nerd shit. But yeah, see, this is this force value here. Oh god. Actually, what happens if I am on top of this? Actually, you know, I guess it's out. Okay. Fuck. But yeah, you can see, like, yeah, we are on an angle, like, pushing it, which is exactly what we'd have to do. And, like, I didn't program this, right? I didn't program it to push things while, like, you know, leaning over. That's just all part of the fact that it's like a feedback system. Can we take a design of footwear, climbing and snowshoes? I mean, literally, it's kind of... Yeah. Basically, you could change the friction value, you know. Could honestly, sounds kind of fucked up, but we could probably do, like, ice skating quite, quite well. So maybe this stride... I mean, it is stride acceleration. I might call it stride force. Well, yeah, because there's like there's our force. Well, no, I'm trying to think. Does this count as part of it? Oops. Oh, what the fuck have I done there? So yeah, when we're on a slope, there is a constant feed forward. But I don't know if that needs to count. Like, does that count as... I don't think that counts. I think that might just be like a... not like a bug, but like a weird kind of... Well, no, because then... Might be time to Google. Google. Is it cold lands? Yes, it is. It's freezing. It's literally the middle of winter. Or is it? No. It's the later half of winter. I mean, the past few days have been, like, bearable. There's been, like, sun to some degree. Right, what am I Googling? How to apply force limit to PID controlled inverted pendulum. Cold Australia, drought in England. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Inverted pendulum physical actuators, DC motors, linear drive have finite force/torque capabilities. When a standard PID controller requests more force than the motor can deliver, two critical issues occur. Actuator saturation. The physical system operates at max force while the controller assumes higher force is being applied. Correct. Integrator wind-up. The integral term continues accumulating error while saturated, causing severe overshoot. Delay recovery, catastrophic once the pendulum crosses zero error. We don't use the integral term in our controller yet, but yeah. So I guess it's saturation mapping. Calculated unconstrained control force. The PID loop must pass through a non-linear saturation operator before reaching the actuator. So raw force, T, equals... Jesus, fuck. Oh, right, no, that's... Okay, that's the... KPE bracket T plus KI... something radian, something. You know what, fuck. Just... You know, maybe I'll ask the Clanker. Maybe we'll ask Clanker Man. We're giving in. We're just fucking. We ask the AI. We'll see what advanced Google search can tell us. I'm creating a character movement system. Music rocks. This is Rage Against the Machine, but with the RuneScape sound font. Character movement system. Based on inverted pendulum mechanics. I'm using a line trace and only applying linear forces to the end point of the rod, of the pendulum, I guess. Everything works. However, I need to limit the maximum force the feet, or I guess the maximum force the end point of the pendulum can exert. Pendulum can exert. Right, because you ever tried to change UE5's default tone mapper? I haven't. I haven't. In fact, I never dived into like rendering other than post-process. How and where should I apply a limit? Well, I'll say I don't want to use static values or mappings. Everything needs to be reactive to account for slopes, viscosity. How do you spell viscosity? Viscosity. But viscous has a U in it. Can I stop the system from Folking over. God, I can't type with these gloves on. Alright, let's see what Mr. Clanker says. To limit the ground contact force without causing your inverted pendulum to tip over, you need to turn the problem inside out. Instead of clamping the output force at the end, you must bound the target state of the pendulum's center of mass so that the force required to stay upright never exceeds your physical ground limits. In inverted pendulum, like linear inverted pendulum models, you can bypass the ground force directly. You know, I should also mention that it's a single point of contact. Sure, reckons you said this rings a bell, maybe? Alright, while enforcing a hard force limit, you cannot simply calculate standard restoring forces and clamp Fmax. When the required force to stay upright exceeds Fmax, standard clamp leaves an uncompensated tipping torque. Yep. Cool. So this reactively across slopes, soft ground, and viscous media, you must modulate the pendulum's state, its lean angle, and velocity relative to the dynamic force budget, rather than just capping the output. For your linear inverted pendulum model, horizontal force required to maintain balance at lean thingo is roughly mg, so that's mass gravity tangent degrees of the angle plus mass. What's x with the two dudes? Calculate F limit at each tick using local surface environmental physics. Yeah, but Yeah, sorry, how's it going? Guess what happened today? You'd like this. There was an echidna in our front yard. An iconic Australian beast. And the cats were having a play with it. Well, they weren't playing with it, they were inquisitive. Yeah. He was a funny fella. Monotremes are wild? Yeah. They just make no sense. It's like an echidna, like the back legs of the echidna are like, they're almost, because like they kind of walk on the, like the back of their, I mean, at least it looks like it, because their claws face backwards. Like weird fins, almost. Doesn't sound like a good cook up. True. Yeah, one of these guys. And yeah, they're back ones. Or maybe it's just, I guess it's just these funny claws. But like, yeah, they kind of walk, I don't know. They're so funny though. Like the way they move is like, yeah. They're so based. So funny. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see when Amethyst wakes up. Amethyst's having a nap, but I got some photos. No, some videos on her phone. Pokemon game? True. So is this the test server for Earth? I mean, kind of, yeah. There's heaps of deleted content in Australia. It's like just hidden in the cache files. Bats are mammals that can fly. That's true. Yeah, why can't humans just have... Do bats have, They've just got like 2 fingers, don't they? Bat skeleton diagram. I swear we've looked at this on stream before. Okay, no, they've just got the 1 finger sticking out. Yeah. Yeah, this here, this is so good. Let me get it up full screen. Just like looking at, so like bats are basically people. Like, you know, 5 fingers, all like the exact same things. Crazy. I mean, humans can fly, we just need machines. Is new animal coming out? I think they're trying to they're trying to bring back like the Tassie tiger and stuff with like gene manipulation and whatnot. Like Jurassic Park style. Oh, so Belly Arms, how's it going? It is nighttime. It's 11:30. Sounds like a horrible idea. Yeah, if it goes, like, it could go wrong and they just bring back something else, you know. Exactly. I'll probably take these gloves off now. It's a bit warm in here. Alright, so we have to give our character a force budget. Which I think includes the up-diddy down-diddy, right? And I'm also not sure. I think... Yeah, okay, so let's just start with 30,000. So basically, our feet can only do 30,000 units of work. This is our, like, our force budget. Let's chuck it in a variable. Total contact force budget. Bugte? Bugte. So I really need to pump the tunes up. There's so many bangers. So I guess when we're on the slope, let's also do our normal, because I think even just standing upright, you know, takes force. Like if we were like so weak, like we were, you know, if we were diseased, then we wouldn't even be able to hold, or even, if we were just carrying something that was too heavy, you know? Gotta try and run, catch you another time, say hi to the missus. I will. If she wakes up. Oh, I just heard the microwave, so yeah, she's probably up. Okay, so we've got our stride-related things. We'll get our absolute velocity, acceleration, forward vector, drive angles. So, oh, here we go. Okay, so I guess it is stride related. Let's do it maybe off to the side. Like, how would you... Like, where would you put it? Let's go contact force. Get contact total normal force. Contact intersection point. Contact hit normal. Wait, why do we need the contact hit normal? Oh, that's to move it up slightly, yeah. So we don't need this. We do want this. Total normal force. Let's do this divided by some number. Alright, normal force is big. That's a big number. But I guess, like... I guess as a human, like, we don't always have our knees bent. Kinda. Do we need to split our force? Because, like, this will be, yeah, like a big number. Like 50,000. Although I guess does it decrease when we're moving? No, it shouldn't. Does it increase when we are up? When we're up here. It doesn't. Well, no, does it split into this and that? What's that? 4.5, 45,000. And 20,000, so that's 65 total. Okay, no, so we do have additional force when here. So do we need to, like... Do we need to factor that in? What does the clanker say? Line force vectors relative to the ground normal. Gravity contributes a downslope component which reduces the net force available for balancing in the uphill direction. Sure. Well, no, because I guess... I guess it's only when it's against gravity that it matters. Like, that it's actually force that we're... Like, for example... Let me also go to the stride acceleration. That's divided by 10. Oh, and divided by the effective mass at the contact point. That's why there was a second doodad. Right, okay. That's better. Should the normal... How does the normal force to penetration force affect the force budget? Horizontal thrust, surface friction, vertical visibility, or may they bounded by directly coupled to N. Lane trace. Da 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 da. Oh, friction curve. Yeah, I know that. Flat ground, vertical and horizontal are independent until friction limits them, but on slopes and soft terrain, the penetration forces directly alter the effective torque, balancing the pendulum. Total force contact force at the trace endpoint. It's a vector sum of depenetration, normal force, and horizontal actuator force. Torque generator at the center of mass position of the rally. Yeah, so I think we just need to split and you know what? I can do some cool stuff with this. Why is it so big? I think, okay, it should be multiplied by. Okay, there we go. Total force budget. Which I think maybe... So this is total... It's not contact force budget. It's more like the total... like feet force. Well, I guess it's movement force? Why did that go up? Oh fuck, because there's the effective mass at the point. Maybe we just do it by the true mass. Do I actually have the mass, or do I have to get it? Ah, fuck it. Capsule. Character. Get mass. Okay, so now if we lean over, this should never change, because it makes sense, right? Regardless of what angle we're on, our feet can only do so much work. And yeah, like, we don't necessarily want... Yeah. Here's the thing, like, let's say we were on ice, and it's like... I guess if we were just, like, slipping over on ice, it's almost, like, limited to our... you know, to our feet speed rather than feet force. But we'll figure out friction once we get there. Pardon me. Alright, so let's do our total XY. Okay, so let's first just start. I can't delete the damn nodes. So we'll yeet all of that. Why did that fall over? Because we're not plugging it into here. Very true, very true. No, we don't want the smooth value. We might need to use a smooth value for the actual, like, you know, the feedback stuff, but yeah. That just says total budget. Let's go. Text location. Do plus 20 and 20, and then there. How's that? Wait, why is it? Oh, right, because the second one. Oops. Oh my god, I can't copy paste. Fuck this bug. Yeah, noob, how's it going? Alright, that's our total force bucket. Total force bucket. Total movement force budget. Let's make it... What color's force? Force is purple, you know, like gravity's a force, you know. And then I've got that one in there as well. Fuck off. Okay. Total force budget, 60,000. So we need to know how much of our force budget is being affected, well, at any given time, right? So I guess first one to think about is the stride acceleration. And this stride acceleration, it does... So, like, you can see the normal force when I start moving up the slope. Maybe it's only while we're starting going up the slope. Okay, no, yeah. If we're moving up far enough... Because we're, like... you know, penetrating the ground is trying to depenetrate from the ground. Since Twitch on follow me from about 20 channels included. That's odd. Damn Twitch making decisions for people. Not ideal. You're making a skateboard. I mean, look, kind of. It's almost... Let's see. But once I put this there, it'll make a bit more sense. It's more like Tony Hawk's pro, I guess, parkour. Or pro physical movement. We're currently trying to get our character to, like, slow down when going up a hill. But not just by using some arbitrary, you know... Why does the normal force, actually, why does it go this way? How and why? Because we're penetrated in... So why would the normal force change? Shouldn't the normal force only... it's because we take the tangent force. Wrong bit. Event graph. Here we go. Contact hit normal times the contact velocity. So if we were moving... If we were on this slope... then, yeah, we kind of just ignore the side to side. Whereas if we're up here, though, why shouldn't it be ignoring this direction? Like, this makes sense when we're not moving. But why is it that when... I guess that's when there's, like, penetrative forces and stuff that it... Well, no, this is just saying that the normal force is... only pushing us straight up? How does that make sense, though? Relative contact velocity along normal. And then to penetrate along normal. That's to slow us down along the normal. Sum the normal force, blah, 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 blah. What happens if I just drop myself on the slope? Oh, we end up going up this way, but why does that happen? So normal force, bam. Contact velocity along the normal. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the math because it doesn't make sense to me. Because like the normal force should always be pointing along the normal, right? Although no, I guess because this is more like the penetrative force. Which, yeah, it does matter. This incline gradient friction? Kind of. Like, they all play a factor. But the current problem is... or the thing we're trying to solve... is... ignore that ice. So basically we have infinite force at our disposal, right? Our feet can... they can do infinite amount of work. Which means that, like, we can go up a slope at the same speed that, you know... we can go up a slope at the same speed as we would be not on a slope, because our feet can just do infinite work. And so... instead of doing, like, a kind of look-up table, kind of, you know, oh, when we're moving up a slope, make it, you know, go half as fast or something, which is always going to run into issues of, you know, edge cases and things not really working. I've decided to do instead... like a force budget. So... essentially, like, people have, like, a maximum leg strength, right? And as you start to approach that maximum value, you know, like, you've only got so much strength, and when you're moving up a hill, some of that strength of, you know, moving along the surface goes into just resisting gravity. So, you know, yeah, we essentially need a force budget. And as we start to approach the limit of that budget, we just slow down. You know, we say target velocity slow down. And like the same will go for, like, you know, if we're trying to push something heavy along, we've only got limited amount of leg strength to push things. Oh shit. Or pull things, or, you know, all that kind of stuff. So we're currently just trying to figure out what is the force budget. There's like acceleration of the feet. But then it's like, is it the acceleration of the feet? Or like something must be increasing. Something must be increasing as we move up here. Which, like, you can see, I guess the normal force is... Yeah, you know, if we take the inverse... let's go in here, debug fuckfest. So I guess when the normal force... No, I'm trying to think though, like when we are... I guess it's, yeah, only when we're moving against gravity. Because I'm just thinking, like, if you're moving down a slope and your feet are just moving fast enough to kind of catch you, then that's not really using your... But then I guess if you're trying to slow down going down a slope, then that does use your force budget. Visigoth, this is way too boring in real time. Just speed up the stream. Just play the stream at 2 times speed. You'll see into the future. You can tell me how it goes. What do you use the angle between the player forward and the floor normal to drive the... what if you use the angle between player forward and the floor normal to drive the speed acceleration? That is kind of what we're doing. So this is like an inverted pendulum. So we're only exerting force at this contact point. And so in order to move forward... We move the feet backwards to throw the character off balance, so they start falling forwards, and then we catch the feet up, and that's how we move to the side. Or, you know, move forward and back and whatever. Like, the leaning forward and back isn't just for show. It's like how the whole thing operates. So I guess when we are just moving at like a rolling speed, yeah, then we're not really using any force budget, right? Because like we're kind of already moving at that speed. I mean, we could factor in, yeah, some energy loss, which would just be a stride velocity damper. Which is maybe worth factoring in, because yeah, you can see if we just move this way, eventually the acceleration force approaches 0 because we're already at our target velocity. And it's like, oh yeah, we made it, you know. We made it so we don't have to keep speeding up. So if we said get the... It's essentially just the... Where the hell is it? Contact... I guess it's relative contact velocity. And let's just always apply... Yo, this is a banger. Is this what I think it is? Yeah. Yeah, alright, let's go 0.01 or so, negative 0.01 and add that to the total force. So this should... Okay, let's do a little bit more, actually. No, 0.1. Actually, that's probably way too much. Oh no, this is as a force, so it should be like this. Relative contact velocity, oh god, I don't know. Does this need to be... Okay, yeah, you can see, even at the desired velocity, we still have to accelerate. So this is like the amount of force that it takes just to keep our legs moving. And is that relevant to... And that does scale with the speed. So that's nice. Yeah. So this is like our... why won't my damn thing work? Is physical feed thing permanently shelved? No, I'm gonna bring it off the shelf. Just later into development for like... I think anything bigger than a human kind of needs the physical feet, like horses. Well, I don't know, I might try another approach, which is doing this. So the virtualized feet. But then using physical animation, you know, for like the legs and the body and stuff. So like the legs would still be physical, but they would just be kind of following along in a physical kind of way. But I don't know, I don't really like that as much. So I don't know, I'll probably do it eventually. I guess we'd also do like viscosity in here, right? Like if this was really big, then yeah, well, yeah, that's a thing, right? We can be in as viscous a fluid as we want. You know, using up this much budget, but we can just bang past that because like we don't have a force limiter. So this would be like energy loss due to viscosity, water, slime, long grass. Which we won't factor in right now, but yeah. Physical seems hard to tune. For example, I hate it when I do cloth sim blender and there are like 100 parameters to tweak, which all affect each other. Yeah, exactly. And especially with like physics stuff in Unreal have their, their kind of built-in physics constraint system with like some very simple motor controls and whatnot. But they're really like outdated. And yeah, I don't know. It's a bit how's it going, I'm just gonna get a snack and turn my heater off. So BRB, you guys can listen to a RuneScape cover of Nothing Else Matters by Metallica. Sorry, curious with... I'll answer this before I go. Are you doing... More of when a character summons 0, their titles are a gradual thing? Like, as stamina goes down, the character gets slower, but jogging will be a sweet spot for running. Yes, yeah, so, everything in the game is like a spectrum, rather than like a yes-no. So, as you're... And like, we're doing, like, stupid, like, RimWorld levels of character simulation. So... Maybe even deeper than that, but I guess we'll see what ends up being interesting. Not necessarily, and also, that's the other thing. This isn't supposed to be fun, it's just supposed to be interesting. It's supposed to be thought-provoking. But, yeah, stuff like stamina. I mean, stamina is a... probably like a mixture of like muscle fatigue and also like cardio, like oxygen supply, which could be affected by different things. Like you might have drunk bone hurting juice, and so like you can breathe and get blood to your oxygen to your muscles fine, but your muscles are just like sore and stiff. And so that would affect, attack speed, run speed, force output of your thing. Or, yeah, it could be like, maybe your muscles are perfectly fine. Like, you're fresh, you've just rested for 20 days. But, like, maybe you've got, like, a lung infection, which means, you can't breathe properly. Which then, you kind of start to slow down because you're not getting enough fuel into your blood. Or it could just be, you're wearing a helmet, like a really restrictive helmet, and so your character can't breathe as well with the helmet on. And so that would reduce your stamina. Or, your kind of your rate of recovery. Stamina recovery, I guess. So, like, a lot of like, different factors that kind of factor into each other, like, in a big tree of, like, properties. Smelly armor would be funny. I mean, I kind of do want to do, like, a scent system. Like, do, like, all 5 senses at some point. Which, like, it could even just be for, character interactions. But I guess, like, smell could also alert you to specific things, like, is this food poisoned? Or detecting things that you wouldn't necessarily, that some people might detect, others might not. Or, like, characters having, like, preferred smells, or... Yeah, or just, like, smells being so pungent that, like, they cause a visceral reaction. But like if you were wearing like a face mask or something, then that would block out external smells, and maybe you've got like some nice herbs or something in a gas mask, which would, it would mask the smells that you're getting and maybe like neutralize some pathogens or whatever, but you also wouldn't be able to breathe as well with it on. So like everything has like a trade-off, And I think as long as those trade-offs make sense, and as long as there's like feedback to the player, if the player isn't someone that like, lives in real life, that's like never worn, a mask before or something. Yeah, like maybe characters can communicate that, like, oh god, it's really fucking hard to breathe with this thing on, like some kind of thought. Alright, I'm gonna leave you guys with Live and La Vida Loca. And then I'll BRB. Hello. How is everyone? Also, is my mic really loud or something? What's... Yes, we got to like... Hello! Cool. Cool. Alright, music down a tiny bit. No more Catman. I made a coffee. That's why it took so long. I apologize. Okay, so... Let's think. Let's think using the brain. Sometimes we have to think using the brain. So we have... Yeah, so we have to do our force budget, right? And we just need to make sure that we don't reach a force deficit, you know? And do these just have to be summed? Because, like... Actually, what happens on slopes if we have that? Yeah, that's slowing us down, but we have to accelerate more. Yeah, okay, cool. So I guess it is only along the... Is it just in... What forces should I take into account? Or what forces contribute to the total foot force? i.e. the movement of the feet to accelerate the total system. Yeah, so the normal force doesn't matter. I guess it is just the... Well, fuck. If the normal force is pushing us out this way, we do have this force here. Which is... I don't know if it counts, though. Is... does... a feed forward force to stop inverted pendulum moving factored into the force budget. Because, like, I feel like it doesn't. Because I feel like if I'm just standing on a slope... Don't stop or slow the pendulum must consume part of the force budget. If this is a ground actuator, does not distinguish between a force used to stay upright and a force used to decelerate the body. Right, horizontal ground reaction forces. Does the normal force also factor into the budget? I guess... Yeah, I know it's the gatekeeper of the entire force capacity. Character crests a steep hill or steps onto the soft soil that is underneath and temporarily drops. There is a horizontal force budget collapses. Controller demands balance. The foot slips using traction entirely. That is true. But do I care? Like, we kind of don't need contact on the ground, right? Oh, it's getting hot in here. Share the same total vector magnitude. Final forces leave less room for horizontal forces. But like, does it actually matter that the normal? Because no, because a human. Well, yeah, I know the normal force dictates how much horizontal force can be applied. But since a human at rest force is not energy, true? Static equilibrium is a force balance, not zero force. That's true. An event of pendulum stands completely still on the flat ground, is not free of forces, it is in static equilibrium. Well, yeah, that's the normal force and gravity. Which is the mass of the system, which is 50 units, and gravity, which is 980, so that, yeah. Right, okay, so the normal defines the angle of the ground reaction force. So, yeah, so this is our ground reaction force budget. I guess the vertical budget, okay, like the gravitational budget, depends on, yeah, like the strength of the... And we don't have a leg spring yet. This is all just, like, stiff-legged. But our feet can penetrate the ground slightly. Just because it's way more stable. than having, like, if I, you know, did, if I had this at, like, 400 and -40, so it's, like, giga stiff, then we lose traction a bunch, like that. Big fucko. What was it? 200, -10. So we let the feet penetrate the ground so that it's got traction all the time. Almost like doing like a, like soft tires, you know? In my first 3 months doing this stuff, it's far more interesting than fun. That's true. So it's with feet movement and stepping at the moment. How does this calculate the measure step length? So this currently doesn't. This one here, we've done a few iterations, but this one here just, it skips a few steps. So there's just a single point of physical contact, which is this bit here. And then the legs are just the animation being played over the top. So it's not actually physically stepping anymore. The previous one we were doing was doing that. But yeah. Jakeson, how's it going? How are you? Do you need someone to talk to? Chat tag, does anyone ask you how you feel about Unreal 6 getting rid of Plymouth? They have. A lot. Everyone's been asking that. I'll probably make a video about it. Being like, oh, but Unreal 6 and the something. But long story short, I'm not opposed to the engine rewrite or the scripting rewrite, as long as they have as long as they do a visual editor, or someone makes a visual editor, which in theory should be pretty easy to do, because the whole point of that scripting language that they've made is that it's like they have a set order of operations, and then they can go back, you know, they can trace back or whatever, which is literally just what this is, you know. So like a blend space says mostly with yeah. So this is this is just a blend space, blend between walking in all directions and running in all directions. And we're using the velocity of this, the contact point down here, to determine the speed of the animation, and then the direction is just the velocity against the rotation of the character. So in terms of animation, it's like very pretty much stock standard. Like nothing fancy going on. It's more the physical stuff. I wonder if so normal force, yeah, like this, but I wonder. I wonder, that can't be correct though. Well, obviously that's fucking it. Does the normal force... Song slapped? It's Slayer Master's Paradise. With lasers bringing about a subject penetration always acts strictly along the surface normal vector, the total effective penetration force can deviate from the surface normal depending on how you implement soil, shear, friction, and viscous dam. Oh, there. Oh! Actually, hold on. Yeah, maybe because I am doing this, the penetration derivative. Yeah, fuck, that's true. Okay. Contact velocity along normal. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. If that was 0, well, we'd oscillate like crazy. But then I'm pretty sure this would only ever, if we can actually stand on it. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Right, right. So this will only ever go against the normal force, but because we... contact velocity along normal. Wait, no, that's not... No, because then that gives us the tangent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oops. Okay, so maybe I'm not tripping. Funny girl. Okay, so let's devise our force budget. And this is our, so it's not just our total, I guess, yeah, movement force budget, right? Which they call the... velocity along the normal axis. My brain's so fucking scattered. What the fuck am I doing? So we have our total stride acceleration. If we get the length of this... Well, no, it should be... So total normal forces. Then this is our horizontal forces. So let's do... this guy. Oh no, but we need to... Yeah, okay, let's do it separately. So let's get length of this. We're going to do a... Let's call this movement force this frame. Well, let's call it current movement force. So that is the length of the stride acceleration. Which does... So this points at... When moving up a slope, should the pendulum move say move tangent to gravity and let the penetration handle moving up the slope. Or should it try... Or should it... what's it called? No, that's a dumb question. I guess if it was a tiny little wheel, then it would be going up the slope. So yeah, no, that's correct. So yeah, total force here. Plus... this energy loss one, we don't need to worry about. That doesn't actually factor in. That's an energy loss. So we'll get our foot shit, and then I guess normal force along... Well, if we just multiplied it by the gravity vector, which is up. We could do the inverse of that. I mean, it would be this and then this minus this. Will just give us the leftover. We get length of that. You know, I'll do these separately. Just so we can, like, debug them properly. Let's just use this guy. This is called the, I don't know, gravity resistance force. And then what else acts on us? Because viscosity just... I mean, I think that might be it. So if we then... Movement force, gravity resistance force, debugs... What is my cat doing? So total force budget, then here we've got the current movement force. Which we want to move slightly over, or slightly closer. Yeah, so this is our... What do we call this one? Movement force. And then also, as this one goes up, we want the budget to go down visually. So we'll do this minus this. And also minus the other one. And that will be this. The other one was the gravity resistance force. Bam. And then I'll do that as a separate one. How do you display these debug information with the values? I'm using the draw debug arrow and draw debug string functions. Which for some reason not many... I mean, I only found out about them not long ago. Well, relatively not long ago. But they are super good. So gravity resistance force. Okay, so we have... Oop. Okay, so why is gravity resist force... just the same as... no resistance force? Total contact normal force. Which is just pointing straight up. Let's multiply it by a thing... Yeah, no, they are, like, ridiculously handy. Also, they're really good because, you don't have to, like, make widgets and stuff. You don't have to initialize a widget and deal with the whole fucking setup of doing that. I've done that before with, just doing stuff like, you know, seeing a character's health and their stamina and their... you know, temperature value and all, you know, their current weight or whatever. And having to do, yeah, like a giant kind of widget thing, but just doing this is like so much better. So this gravity resist force. Another banger. So this multiplied by this contact total normal force. Oh, I'm not even. Well, no. This minus this should be 0, right? Contact normal. Gravity resistance force. Debug fuckfest. Gravity resist force. So why is that? Find refs. Why is that? The normal should be pointing straight up. This doesn't make any sense. Or should it be this way? No, what? Print string. Contact normal force is Z 49,000. Okay. Oh, I'm fucking dumb. Gravity isn't in X vector. Stupid ass. Alright. Okay, so now if... So gravity resistance force is 0 when we're on here, right? But then as soon as I'm up here, yeah, so now we're resisting gravity. I don't know why it doesn't... It doesn't make heaps of sense to me. Why is it when we go down that it... Well, because I guess we're resisting that way. Which is really confusing, like, to move down a slope. I guess it's because we're moving down a slope at a speed that is slower than if we were sliding down it. You know? Which also means, like, to move down... See, this doesn't make sense to me. When we're moving up the hill, we somehow get more force budget. Because for some reason we stop resisting gravity somehow. If we move across the slope, we get more budget back. Move up. Yeah, no, we get... Why do we... Potential energy is rising opposed to kinetic energy. Makes sense physics-wise. I mean, yeah, technically, because as you spend energy to get up the hill, the potential energy is rising. But I don't think that's what's factoring in here. For some reason, I feel like I've just got a value the wrong way around. Because for some reason here, right, stride acceleration, blah, 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 it's weird. I mean, it makes sense. Because in order for me to go up the hill, I have to fall forward, right? Like to get momentum, which means I need my feet to essentially slip backward. Does that kind of make... it's so fucking confusing, because, like, to go up the hill, we essentially need to apply less horizontal work, but then to go down the hill, we accelerate our feet in this direction. But to go up the hill, we accelerate our feet backwards, or essentially, like, zero acceleration, because gravity is doing that for us. But that's not really how humans work. So I feel like something... I guess it's because I'm adding these together. But in reality... Or do I need to multiply... Because, like, this one here, right? This is just an acceleration in the direction. So, like, this green value here. But do I need to apply... Well, because the penetration is doing a lot of the work. But, like, do I need to... No, we should only ever be applying forces along the surface. I think these ones need to be... like, independently... Because this is like a feed forward, right? Well, is that... No, because I guess we're not on... Does this even count as being in the Force budget? Because, like, if we were a Segway, this would matter because we'd have to apply a constant torque to the wheels. Because we're emulating a human and we have big flat feet, which, you know, have friction. So, you know, maybe this feed forward doesn't actually apply to this here. Sorry, this is the feed forward. What am I doing? This is the actual... This is, Oh, well, that's the other thing, right? Is that the... Counteract torque, rate of falling over. So this balances us to... Well, this is reach, target, lean. By moving feet. That can die, that can die. And only when penetrating. Oh, actually, no, we don't do that. Currently, I mean, yeah, this doesn't have to be that smart because it's a feedback loop, right? Like it should just sort it, which it does. It does sort itself out, even if we do go up a slope faster than than on the ground. It's in backwards because in reality your muscles lean you forward, your feet don't go back. Yeah. But I mean, like on a slope, if you've reached static friction limit, or like, you know, if you are statically fricked, you do lean straight up against gravity, and then friction counteracts the normal force pushing you out against it. But we're just trying to figure out, and we've also got infinite friction right now. Yeah, because like technically movement force, that doesn't make sense because we're not moving. We're like at rest. And I mean, I shouldn't be calling it force. It's more like work. Current movement work. Or energy. Sort of energy. Yeah, maybe the point is that, like, with the stride, with this acceleration going up the hill. Oh no, oh, it's so fucking confusing. I fucking hate physics. Fuck this shit. So just stride acceleration. This is a... Well, if I didn't apply this, then yeah, we would just slip down the slope. If we came to a standstill. Well, actually, no, we'd move up the slope because we're slipping down, but then it's compensating by going up. So this is just, yeah, like an additional kind of fucky thing. But I don't know if it counts as the budget. Because it's supposed to be a human. Not a Segway. Gravity resist force. So, but the gravity resist force shouldn't be going down as we go up. You know? But like it does. So I'm just thinking like where... Like why is it harder to go up a hill? When like all we have to do with our feet is like not... Because like our feet are accelerating backwards so that we lean forward so that gravity... Do you know what I mean? Like... I don't fucking know. Hold on. Let me just go to the stupid character here. Let me add a control. I guess we'll go like keyboard F. F for fall. And let's just do... We'll turn our stride acceleration off. We'll turn it down to 0. Do I? Oh no, I got rid of those things. Let's go. Variable, braking, factor. Which technically this isn't braking. Well, is it though? I don't know. We should probably... Set braking factor on pressed to 1 and then set it back to 0 on release. So now I can turn friction off. Well, sorry, turn just completely... Right, it has fucking wind up. Alright, wrong position. Oh, is it the wrong position, though? Because, like... What's it, Probably needs to go in here, right? Target. No, that's current. Oh, fuck. I don't even know where to fucking fucker. Maybe here. Oh, yeah, but it works until I turn it back on. Because we have no force limit. But yeah, you can see, right? if I stop, stop balancing, then our feet go down that way, right? And yeah, we are assuming friction. Like, there is friction. Every force every force against the ground is imparted into the ground. Like, there's infinite friction. We're not worrying about anything else. So how is it that we lose force? I'm gonna just ask the fucking clanker. For some reason, the current total force seems to be decreasing when moving uphill, which feels counterintuitive. Any ideas what might be going on? Clank me up. Running uphill. That intuitive feeling makes complete sense. Yeah, thanks, you fucking boot-licking AI. When running uphill, it feels like your legs are working twice as hard, so seeing your total force magnitude drop in the physics engine feels backwards. However, in physics, force is required to create acceleration, not to maintain work/power. When moving at a steady speed uphill, your system is actually under reduced dynamic load, causing total ground reaction force magnitude to drop. Here's the reasons why your total calculated force is decreasing uphill, what might be going wrong in implementation. Unweighting and gravity projection loss. On flat ground, blah blah blah, gravity works entirely with your ground contact to generate ground normal force. Normal equals mass gravity. As slope increases, the normal component of gravity shrinks. The normal component of gravity shrinks. Then drops by these percentages because your friction budget and total vector capacity depend on normal. Controller uses a target velocity model like PD controller on speed, force, KP. Target versus current. Moving uphill inherently slows the character down due to gravity drag. If your velocity error decreases because the character is naturally slowing down. Double counting gravity offsets. Check your force sum equation. Bring on bug and implementing vertical on slaves is subtracting gravity twice. You calculate gravity's downhill pull. F slope equals mass gravity sine alpha fucking thing. You subtract slope from your available force budget to ensure you don't slip. You also subtract F slope from your desired drag. Whose sleep compensation force is added to your target propulsion vector before checking against F limit rather than letting it reduce your balance budget first. You know what else I need to check is up here. Smooth target velocity XY. I probably need to... The reason it's probably moving faster is because we're only comparing the XY velocities to create acceleration. So like when I do this, target velocity is 400, but we're going to end up going faster by, I think, on a 45 degree, it's 13 point something percent. I don't fucking know. I should be comparing the character absolute velocity with the Z component against the target velocity XY. Like tilted by the, you know, the normal. Because like we only ever want to be moving... We don't want to be moving into the slope, we want to be moving along the slope. Itchy. Maybe I should keep using this playlist because it's all just like, you know, 90s bangers, which like let's be real. You are, I'm looking at you, a white male between the age of 26 and 40. So, like, you guys know all these songs. I wonder why. So wait, current target acceleration. Okay, so that works. I'll lay in the back and taking the players to hell yeah. Why would our absolute velocity be? Wait. Wide oh, there you go. Oh, there's so many Tool songs on this playlist. I never really got into Tool. I feel like Tool are like the, they're like... controversial. But I feel like Tool are like the Linkin Park of progressive metal. You know what I mean? Like... it's kind of just like... like, it's good, but it's kind of just the same thing over and over again. But everyone's just like, oh yeah, fuck man, Tool's so fucking good. Like, oh my god, they're just like... Tool just like fucking... like my fucking... you know what I mean? Shut up. Actually. Using realities on YouTube say Tool like geniuses, but I guess I'm not a music genius enough for it. I don't know. I mean, I think... I don't... compositionally, it's like, yeah, like, okay, it's got a vibe. But like instrumentally, I don't know, people act as though Tool is like so complex and like, oh yeah, you just wouldn't get it, like you can't understand, like, do you even know what a polyrhythm is, man? It's like, what the fuck? Like you do. Yeah, I think like it's good. They're a good band. I just think that people inflate how, yeah, like how genius it is, or how like difficult it is to play or something. I don't know. Do you think it's being melodic or catchy? Well, see, I think Tool is mostly melodic and catchy. Not like in a pop music kind of way. But I feel like it's more so... I don't know. I think people act as though they're like this, yeah, like, I don't know, like a, yeah, they're like, oh, they invented music, man, like, my third eye's open, and whatever. But like, oh. Like, oh, what's this section? Oh, it's like, oh, whoa, it's in like 7/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like, okay, like, cool, man. You can count to 7. Well, okay, yeah, I guess they are really old. I get, okay, yeah, you know what, I revert some. I mean, I'm not criticizing it. I think they're a good band. I just think that other people think that they're... It's like Linkin Park, you know? Like, Linkin Park have that one song that they just, you know, keep playing over and over. You know, they have like 5 albums of the same song. It's crazy. And everyone's like, yeah, like Linkin Park, they're so good, man. And like, they are at what they do, but it's not like... I don't know, I'm just being a fuckhead. Everyone's always good shit to Tool fans, including their yeah, that's true, that's true. I also think it's I think another thing that happens is like Tool is like a gateway band, you know? Like it's accessible enough that you can listen to it and like get something from it, even as, you know, a non-musician, or even like as someone that just listens to pop music or whatever. Or maybe not pop music, but you know, like you could come from like Nirvana and listen to Tool, and it's like within understanding. And so then, because it is, yeah, like a step in a different direction, you know, it's a step away from pop music. I think a lot of people might think that, like, that's the, that's like the pinnacle, you know, just because they haven't dug deeper. Like, yeah, Nizu. Animals as Leaders, very, very good band. They're in my top 10. But even then, Animals as Leaders lean very hard in the, like, you know, musicians will like this music kind of direction. Like a lot of Animals as Leaders feels like musical exercises, you know. At least from their last 2 albums. I feel like how have I even fucking forgotten the name of it? What's the you know, the what's the fucking album that like Woven Web and stuff is on? Joy of Motion. I was thinking Shape of Color, but that's a Intervals album, isn't it? Yeah, Shape of Color. Yeah, it's a fucking... They all sound the same. Something evocative and, you know. You like Classical Masterpieces like Beethoven, by Beethoven, you're gonna love Hooker with a Penis by Tool. True. Wolf Pass, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We are doing some silly things. we are silly billies. We are calculating our force budget for our character move. Oh, fuck. So how... Okay, when we move up here... Why does our gravity resistance force decrease as we go up? Why my thing go up? Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe this... No, that would still go down though. I'm thinking this stride acceleration value should be scaled based on, you know, like how much it's going up. Like how much it's going up against gravity. But that doesn't make sense. Because that would still mean that, like... well, no, because the movement force does go up. Although it goes backwards here. Which is why it's so fucking confusing, because it's like we're dealing with a rotating... Like, it leans. Oh, God. I don't know, man. Also, I want to figure out why, where the hell am I? So this points the target velocity. Oh, can I just get one of these and go like this? 45. No, fuck. Let's go 45. Oh, no, negative 45 degrees. Okay. So these should now point up this way. Yeah. How does our absolute velocity go down slightly? And our target velocity is 400, but we're now moving faster. Somehow. Right, if we go up this way... Oh wow, okay, wait, hold on. Absolute velocities... Wait, let me check how I'm debugging that. Stride velocity, body values. Target velocity. Smooth target velocity, XY. Absolute velocity. It's just, yeah, vector length. You know what it is? I think it is that the absolute velocity... Yeah, okay. I'm just getting the fucking linear velocity at point, which is... That would change... Why are we getting different values going up different slopes, though? Like, are we actually moving faster, or is it just a weird kind of... Oh, wait, is... Yeah, no, this... Really comes in physical. Yeah, me too. I like the concept of it a lot. It's the implementation that I hate. So wait, 376. Three, 7, 6 going up this way, but is the slope? Maybe it's just because. No, that makes no sense. If I did this, where's the this one? If I did this, they're the same slope. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do this minus pelvis location divided by delta seconds is absolute velocity. Oh, fuck. Wait, what do you mean? Target velocity, absolute velocity 0? Hello? Pelvis location. Oh, because that's a... Does that set it? No, it doesn't. Oh, wait, do we do that before we do this? We do. Let's just do that after. For now. I like to find a way to make my games VR. Physical rig use physical legs instead of a rolling ball. Yeah, I mean, we spent like an entire week trying to do that. We got pretty far. We first did a ball movement. This was like last year. Just as a little mess around. But yeah, this is very similar to what we're doing now. But yeah, this was a a capsule balancing on a ball. Which the great thing about this was that it just, like, the physics was already sorted out, you know? Like, you know, friction and like static friction and all that kind of stuff was already kind of, you know, it just worked. But then there was some issues with, like, yeah, staying on a slope was kind of impossible because singular contact points and whatnot, and then stairs just don't work at all. So then we moved on to, yeah, like a leg-based mode. But then after that just became too much of a headache. I was just like, you know what, we'll just do like fucking pure math. You know, just like contact point physics. So like do a line trace. You know, we know how long the legs are supposed to be. And then based on how deep into the ground it is, we push back up from the ground. And then, yeah, just same kind of PID controller, like balancing the character. And it's a lot easier. Trippy ass ball. What the fuck was I doing again? Right. Force budget. So why... Well, actually, no. First, I want to know why... Why is going up this slope different? Like, why is the absolute velocity above that? Is it because the... Actually, that is the true... Yeah, pelvis position. It doesn't make any sense. Why does it look so... Is it because this math is fucked? Do I need to... normalize this both times? Or something. No. Sorry? Yeah. True. Maybe I just need to do... Okay, wait, hold on. Target velocity XY... Ugh, if we want to project that onto the thing, we get the contact normal. And remove the normal element from it, which is just... So that equals F minus F minus F times N times N? That doesn't make sense though. Oh well. F. F minus F times N. Oh no, is that dot? Hold on. I need to pee. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I don't listen to Fat Boy Slim. Oh, look, more Tool. Oh, wow, I love Tool. Tool's so crazy, man. Is that a dot or a multiply? Yeah, it is a dot. I guess that's why it's a dot. Right, so it is F minus F dot the normal and then multiply by this guy there. Right, this should, in theory, give us the right dude. Dot and multiply is the same thing. Yes. But yes. If you want to get technical, yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So wait, absolute velocity is 344, and if I go up to this guy, so then why would that be? What the fuck's going wrong with our calculations? Stride velocity is 3. Is something just going wrong up with my math? Why are we going faster? I'm so fucking confused. Absolutely not. Well, a dot is just the individual components multiplied by one another and then the length of it, right? Yeah, the total length of these two multiplied together. Like this, right? Oh, is it length or is it summed? No, it is the length. Yeah. Like this and that are the same thing, I'm pretty sure. I think. But what would I know? I'm just a dude. What the fuck is going wrong here? Smooth target velocity, XY, blah blah blah. Absolute velocity, target current. Gives us an acceleration, XY. Why would my target velocity be different on thingos? Okay, target velocity is correct. So wait, if I'm going up here, 367, haha, 67 XD, and then here it is 367. Okay, so that's the target velocity is correct. It's just we end up at a way higher absolute velocity. I'm guessing that's because when I do this bit, when we want to go up the dude, that's also not what this is doing. This is just the whole thing. We want to do, ignore that. Contact hit normal. So this acceleration here. We want it to point up. So this can all die. Die. What was that Age of Empires? Was it Age of Empires 1? The cheat code die would just like kill everyone. Yeah, any Age of Empires 1 and 2 enjoys in the chat? I mean, of course you are. You're all millennials. We're all millennials in here. Except maybe you, Adam. Pretty sure you're a Gen Zer, aren't you? Gen Z with your TikTok and your I don't know. Oh, open. Try again. Up. Yeah, hop up. You can do it. Yeah, open. Here she goes. Yeah. Another big chicken. Tic Tac. Tic Tacs. Funny girl. Oh, that's a big. You gonna hop? Yeah, hopping. Very good. I've got the pillow. There you go. Funny girl. Yeah, you like it. You want to sit in my lap? You can sit. You can sit in my lap. Gentle with your claws, please. Claws. Thank you. So big and nice and fat. Big fat girl. Right, so if we wanted to blah 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 along the blah 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 blah, this would give us the thing. Although I think this would cause us to maybe die on the slope. No, it does? Yes. Oh, okay, hold on. No, this is... Well, no, the velocity is lower than the target. I think that's because, yeah, this needs the original length. Which is this guy. Because this is just like an XY force. And then, yeah, length. This gets normalized. Not normalized, previous tense. God, these Tool songs really just fucking, they drag on a bit, don't they? God, do they know when they just need to... They need to learn when to shut up. Like, fuck. Oh my god. It's over now. Okay. Spoke too soon. Ugh. Bangers time. Alright, so now our stride velocity is... See, we're still not reaching our target velocity, though. Which isn't... and that's also not supposed to happen. Wait, why is our stride acceleration pointing away from the... Current drive vector, target drive vector. She's the current. I think that might have been Crusader Kings. Yeah, not Crusader Kings. Stronghold. Stronghold Crusader. I'm not thinking Crusader Kings. completely different game. At a stamina where if you run up a slope, it decreases. The more angle the slope is, the more stamina to get decreased, and the stamina 11 to play rest music. Yeah. So currently we're doing it as though we have infinite stamina, I guess you could say. But the actual rate of stamina drain will depend on the current total workforce being used. So we just say like, okay, we have 60,000 total like leg force, which is like, you know, this is how much you can leg press, right? The total force budget. And like when we're walking, it's like, oh yeah, that's pretty chill. Like we're not using much of that, you know, at any given point. So this force budget, it's more like, yeah, like how much more work at any given instant can our legs do? Like how much more can we push? Like if we're only pushing 10 kilos, it's like, yeah, we've got heaps more left in the muscle tank, I guess you could call this. But then depending on how much we're using, like what the force budget is per second, that will, you know, subtract from stamina or muscle soreness or whatever. Which, you know, there might be some like short-term and long-term versions of, because like, you know, you can do 100 reps of something real heavy, but like after that, you're like kind of, you're kind of wrecked. And then there's like a longer term kind of thing. Anyway, so basically what stamina will do in this case is lower the total force budget. So the less stamina you have, the less force available you have. Which means, you know, currently I've got like essentially infinite budget and I can just like do these, what do you call these ones? Suicides? No, that's uphill. What are they called when you like run back and forth? Like you sprint back and forth between two things. Unalives? Silversides? I'm pretty sure that's like, I don't know, I can't remember. But yeah, if, and this is where this is all, I've been doing this for like 3.5 hours, and like I've gotten nowhere with it. But if we said like, okay, stride acceleration, XY, current movement work, and then we said, where are we going to do it? Burpees, I think. Or, yeah, shuttle, probably. I don't know. I think usually it's like you do like 10 meters and back, and then 20 meters and back, and then 30 meters and back. Some fucked up shit. I don't know, I haven't exercised in like 30 years. The last exercise I did was crying as a baby. And that shit hurt. Right, so if we applied a limit, so after all this shizit gets calculated, let's do, yeah, total movement force budget. Minus current movement work. Let's move that down there. Minus current movement work. So this should give us, yeah, like a map range clamped. And essentially we want to, if we just clamped the value, then we'd just slip over, but we want the character to be like, hey, like my legs can't keep up. I need to compensate. So in that case, it's like, okay, if as we approach 0, it's 0. But then maybe when we've got like 20,000 left, we start to like taper it off. And so this would then factor into our target velocity XD. Probably. So if I said total movement force budget, if it was only 10,000, so like I'm really out of stamina, in theory we should, yeah, see, look. It's like saying, hey, like we're nearly at our budget, like we can't do much more. And so what we're trying to make happen, wait, when does that start? Okay, it's just, wait, from 0 to, I mean, we probably want this to be, wait, total movement force budget 20,000. Let's do, okay, at half the total budget is when we start to taper it off. Probably makes the most sense. Although then it gets, yeah, it starts to jiggle a bit. Or maybe 20,000 is just way too low. No, see, that gets feedback there. Maybe we do just scale it all the way from 0. I don't know. There must be a way to get rid of that oscillating and stuff. But yeah, in theory, we want to be like, hey, we can move fast, so like 60,000 or whatever. And you know, we're not really getting to the point where we have to worry about exceeding budget and whatnot. Is it because it's part of the target? Yeah. let's put that back in here. And we change. We could try it in front of the smoother. That's not too bad. I mean, there is a bit of jitter, but it's actually a lot more. That's probably better. Although that's okay, what if we have force? Oh yeah, maybe we do need to start it at the halfway point. I mean, it should probably have a I think the reason that we get this kind of oscillation like this is because we need to make this like an exponential fall off. Although I feel like it needs to be the other way around. There'd be a way to fucking do it. I just don't know that way. Do you know the way? But I'll chuck it here for... wait, hold on. Target velocity XY. What if that was smacked by that? Yeah, I don't know. I've got no idea. Oh, actually, what if it was... okay, what if it was just the total budget from 0 to that, but then... power, or inverse power. So I like it. Yeah, that's way better. And as long as that force budget doesn't go negative, then we're good. So then if we said total movement force budget 20,000, then it maybe that's too. I guess the target velocity bounces because it's this smoother. So no, it probably has to go on the other side of the... oh, I guess it's more acting like a low-pass filter. Like filtering out high-frequency noise. Looks like you nearly know this is what will you do next. That's a great question. I'll probably do... probably when I start doing buoyancy and stuff with this system. Yeah, I'll likely just do... well, that's amazing. I wonder what this is caused by. I think that might just be the derivative on the stride acceleration. But I guess doing this just gets rid of some of the jolt, which is probably worth doing. But then it also... well, no, that's because we have no... Let's go 120. I don't know. There's a lot of tuning to do, but yeah. Yeah, so, sorry, the whole thing about this force budget idea is that, like, if our force budget is limited, so, like, this is like, oh, it's 20,000, you know, so some fucked up shit's happening. But yeah, if our force budget was this low, maybe it does have to be linear. Minus the jitter or whatever. If we had a limited force budget, then in theory, when we start going up a hill, we should naturally slow down because some of that force budget should be going into moving us up the hill. Which, now that I think about it, yeah, like the acceleration up the hill doesn't necessarily matter. Because, like, when we're going up the hill, we're constantly why the fuck is it doing this? Bruh. Hello? What do you... Is it... hit normal. Target velocity XY. Why? What have I done? I feel like I've added something somewhere that's just like, fucked it. It's something down here. Reach target lever by moving feet. Vector length, stride acceleration. Gravity counteraction. Is it just because of that? Oh, actually, no. Is it because I changed this? This was 360 earlier. Maybe the proportional factor's just way too high now. It was that. Okay. Right. Yeah, so we would expect if we were going uphill and had limited amount of force we could exert, then we should slow down because it's hard to move up the slope. Not because, like, something says, oh, hey, when you're going up the slope, you should move slower. We kind of need to model the underlying stuff so that we can get, you know, extra bullshit kind of emergent properties, you know? Wait, is that the end of the playlist? Why? Oh, true, there's only 60 90s. Alright, let's put on the, sorry, yeah, 60 90s ones. Then we've got 2000s. Wow. Hell yeah, Adam. Pogging. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, because... Oh, well, no, okay, maybe what we need to do is just... Oh god, this fucking clanker is dying. Another banger? What a banger. Sheesh. Sending signal hill is a total work 0, yes. Mechanical work is defined as a dot product of force and displacement. Because the center of mass and full contact are stationary. Mechanical work, 0% is worked on the... Blah, blah, blah. Actual energy expenditure is non-zero. No, mechanical work, your actuators, muscles, or motors must continually generate torque to resist gravity. I mean, yeah. But like, yeah, whatever. Calculate force and work when moving uphill at a slope angle, blah blah blah. Break the motion down into slope geometry and pendulum kinematics. Kinematics, not kinematics. Force decomposition along the slope. Decompose gravity into components relative to the incline. Parallel to the slope. Resistive force. Perpendicular to slope supports body weight. Okay, yeah, okay, so when climbing, it's the climb, so I guess our upward contact velocity plus the acceleration in that direction as well. And how much music is going to take you to run your physics, water, and weather system at the same time? This once it's all figured out, and in C++, won't actually be that much at all. Like, there's a lot of optimizing that can be done here. And there's not actually that much happening. Sort of. Oh no. Are we back? Hello. Sorry, my sound card just died. I feel like Google Chrome is dying. Audio renderer error. Please restart your computer. That's nuts. That's what YouTube said. Can I go back to the damn thing? Do I have any audio? What the fuck? You guys can hear me though, right? Right, and yeah, you should be able to hear me now, and then... My computer's just given up. Maybe if I go back to, like, this. So that's my monitor. Then can I go back to the interface? Nope. Well, looks like we... Well, actually, you know what? No, I can probably... For you guys' sakes, just do this. And then... No, that's not coming out desktop audio now. Can I go properties? Ah, I can set that to be... It's coming out that one. Oh my god, this is terrible. Okay, there we go. They should have music. It's just coming out one of my speakers now. God, that's fucking weird as. So yeah, okay, here we go. So now that we're moving up the slope, the gravity resist force. So this is like the work we have to do to get up the thing. And then that should go down. Well, it shouldn't be... I think technically current contact velocity... Is background if a character's gonna run like it did, or you want to update the movement closer but still simpler to what you're doing here? I think for like background, like off-screen simulation stuff, will just be like really super simplified. Like it'll only update once every... it's kind of hard to explain. It is worth thinking about though. But like, let's say there's like a town. Here's like a road. This is bird's eye view. There's like a house and like another house. And, you know, here's like the wall. And like the gate. And whatever. All of these will be represented by just like a node, or like, you know, like a data point, basically. And then we'll have data points, you know, along navigable splines, or like, you know, road points, whatever. What is it from the... Yeah. So there'll be like different tick bins, I guess. So like around the character, there's like the live state, which things are... I mean, there's like here, which is like the screen. Then there's like the surrounds, which even like out here, maybe full physics isn't super necessary. Maybe it could just be a very simplified kind of version, like, you know, a get set location sort of thing. But I feel like this should be light enough that it shouldn't really matter. So there's like on screen, there's like just off screen, but still relevant. Then there's like, okay, it's like in like the loaded chunks, I guess you could call it. But then outside here, completely virtualized, and then, you know, it'll sort of be like, let's say like there's an even distribution of characters across the world. Because we're scaling it by like radius, there will be less characters in this zone than there is in this zone. Therefore, if we just move through and, you know, update one character in this zone, and in this zone, and, you know, like loop around each tick, you know, to loop over 10,000 characters will take however many frames, but to loop over the 1,000 characters in here will take less time. But yeah, anyway, off-screen characters will just be like, hey, it's my turn to update. How much time has passed? And what would I have done in that time? So like, oh, I would have left my house, you know, bam, bam, bam. And this would all be like, what's their velocity? How much time would each of these, like, moves take? You know, oh, I visited the blacksmith. I transacted with the blacksmith. That took a minute and a half. And then I went back out and I went to the baker's house and picked up a bagel. And then I left the city, passed through the gate, paid the toll, you know, $10. I mean, you usually only pay a toll if you're coming in, but maybe this city's charging people to leave the city, you know? And then they go, and then it's like, okay, I would have made it to, like, here. And so this is now my new position. So we didn't actually have to move them along here at all. It's just like, okay, from here to here, it's like 30 meters. I'm moving this fast, so it's just like bam, 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 bam. This much time would have elapsed, you know. Rather than doing like a like an ECS, like what Mydrong is doing, where it's like everything is really efficiently, you know, actually moving like centimeter by centimeter. We can just get away with like some, you know, very coarse kind of stuff. Hopefully. And then, you know, when we load in all this stuff, when we move into this area, if there's anything in here that hasn't updated recently, we do all that, they get into position that they'd be in, and then we're like, yep. Like, we essentially set the scene by catching them all up, and then, you know, click go, and then they're actual, like, people. Hmm? Where's the frames? You put the frames on. You haven't put the frame on. Look, a drawer. Ow. Well, because I felt it. So it's still wet.
It has to be wet when you say.
Yeah, I know it's so it'll tighten once it dries. I reckon put something on it as well. Like just lightly.
Yeah.
Well, just so there's no like kind of warping. Because if only like some bits are stapled in, like nothing's gonna. Put them upside down.
Upside down.
Because I just feel like, because like for example, there's no staple here and there. So when this dries out and shrinks, it's got nothing to pull it down this way. You know what I mean? I feel like if you stapled every single one of them. Yeah, no, but yeah. That's
After the staples won't go in,
I guess it is like.
in there.
Yeah, I reckon stick them.
Yeah.
True. Busy bee. Busy bee. Anyway, I might give this a rest. My brain's kind of dying, but I think now that we've like figured out, okay, yeah, the constant work moving uphill, the acceleration going uphill. I think that the main thing is going to be. Oh well, also like if we're going downhill, technically the gravity resistance force should go negative, right? Why is that going positive? Ah, because we're doing vector length, right? We should be doing what's it called? Brake. All P, Sovereign Dev is your friend. I mean, not like in real life, but you know, we're like streamer buddies. Do you know when he returns to streaming? I'm not sure. He has a real job, which evidently takes up most of his time. So if he ever gets fired, then I'm sure he'll start streaming again. All we have to do is just find out where he works, tell them that he killed someone, and like they'll fire him, and then he'll come back to streaming, you know. That's a joke. Don't do that. Okay, yeah, this is... Yeah, okay, and then going down. I wonder if... No, I guess if we are going down with gravity... Like, it is kind of easy to... there must be something... Because, like, going downhill, it is kind of easy. It's easier than going uphill. If you're going at full speed. At which point it's like, okay, it's the speed of your legs that determine whether you like fall forward and eat shit or not. But in terms of like force or like effort, most of the effort goes into resisting gravity. I mean, literally here you can see the character as I go down the slope. The character constantly has to accelerate backwards, I guess, to stop like sliding down. Because if I just like press F, does that not? I don't know, braking in there. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're like one step closer. Yeah, I should be able to get all that done. Maybe off stream. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow because I've got to like drive around. Maybe I'll just do some chill dev by self. Chill dev by self. That's my new cologne. Who are we gonna raid? Any what are they called? Any softwares? God, it's nearly 3 a.m. I've got to be up at 1 o'clock. Guys, I've got to be up by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if I'll be able to... I don't know if I can handle it. Oh, Hyper... see, I could have rated Hyper, but they're doing a subs and Prime sub only stream. And it says in the title, do not raid. I mean, lucky I would have raided otherwise, you know. Lord Neos looks to be a maybe a Russian, but they're Unreal Engine. Where are you from? I mean, it's just like what's the alphabet? It's Cyrillic, isn't it? You know, the funny letters. Oh, I don't think they do English. It's so hard to find someone to raid, you know? Because it's like, I mean, like, there's people doing Unreal, but then it's like, do they speak English? And like, you guys speak English? And it's like, are they... Oh, here we go. Hyperons. Alright, we go. We go here. Why do I not follow... I swear I do. I swear I did. Maybe Twitch unfollowed it for some reason. How the fuck do I raid? I'm so bad at this whole stream thing. No, not stream summary. I want to go to stream manager. Raid. Alright. Here we go. Thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully I can get this all working and twerking, and it should all be pretty good. I think one other thing I need to do with this like force budgeting is almost apply like a PID control to the force budget so that it can like almost like look ahead and be like, hey, like we're gonna hit the force budget in a sec. You know, therefore slow the fuck down, like, you know. I think that might be smart. Like do a proportional and a derivative of the force budget feedback value. Maybe that'll work. Because, I feel like that kind of oscillating that it does might be because it's like, okay, yeah, slow down. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no. Because you've slowed down, there's now more force available, so you can speed back up again. But then it's like, no, slow down. You're exceeding the force budget. I don't fucking know. I guess we'll fuck around with it. We fuck around, we find out. Goodbye. Also, YouTubes. Thanks for watching.